Have you ever paused to consider why some individuals appear to draw in wealth, timely chances, and favor as naturally as dawn follows night, while others, despite relentless effort, remain burdened by scarcity and constraint? You may have noticed the quiet linguistic habits that shape their days. One person, brimming with luminous confidence, affirms, "Everything always works out for me. Money flows to me easily and often." And, in response, opportunities present themselves. Another person breathes out, "I can't afford that. Life is so hard. Money doesn't grow on trees." And as if their phrases were permanent proclamations etched in granite, their lived experience faithfully reflects those very statements. Words are never empty vibrations. They function as seeds. Each statement impresses itself upon the unseen ground of the spirit, and whatever is sown there will, inevitably, germinate. In the same way that an acorn carries the blueprint of a mature oak, your voiced expressions hold the design for the reality you ultimately inhabit. To speak is to plant, and to plant is to prepare for an eventual harvest. Let us stop with a sense of awe and revisit the Bible's opening scene of creation. Genesis opens by saying, "And God said, 'Let there be light,' and there was light." God did not only conceive it, though divine thought is absolute power. He articulated it aloud. The resonance of that pronouncement materialized as form. Light appeared because Spirit uttered the word. The subsequent verses echo the same sacred rhythm. "And God said, and it was so." Do you recognize it? Reality is structured according to the template of speech. Thought functions as the hidden ignition, yet spoken language is the sacred current that summons matter into arrangement. Bearing God's image means sharing in God's creative capacity, the authority to decree by means of the voice. Every uttered word is like a stroke of paint laid across the artwork of your future path. Now reflect on this. How often, within a single day, do people unintentionally pronounce scarcity, defeat, and confinement upon themselves? "I can't afford this. Nothing ever works out for me. Money is hard to come by." Do you notice the pattern? These are not casual complaints. They function as binding spiritual agreements. Life's law is straightforward. Whatever you affirm with conviction, you beckon into manifestation. Consider the example of a woman called Clara. Gifted, hardworking, and generous in spirit, she nevertheless found herself continually financially strained. Expenses accumulated, and her aspirations seemed consistently distant. Then, a friend observed a pattern Clara had overlooked. Whenever a possibility appeared, her immediate reply was, "I can't afford that. Money doesn't stay with me. It slips right through my fingers." Her friend responded, "Clara, you're declaring poverty with every breath." Initially, she dismissed the comment with a laugh. Soon, however, she started to pay attention to her own speech. What she discovered unsettled her. From dawn until dark, her phrases were tiny blades of deprivation wounding her existence. Recognizing this, she broke down in tears. Yet here lies the grace. Once you awaken to what is true, you gain the liberty to transform it. Clara started substituting her former proclamations with fresh ones. "I always have more than enough. Money flows to me with ease. I am divinely provided for." Initially, these statements felt awkward, even artificial. "Still," she continued, remembering that speech plants seeds. Before long, her circumstances began aligning with her renewed decrees. Unforeseen openings appeared, liabilities were resolved, and for the first time, she sensed wealth moving toward her instead of slipping away. Dear one, can you see it? The key to your prosperity is already on your tongue. Your language serves as spiritual DNA, programming the form your life will assume. Altering your speech is, in effect, altering the trajectory of your destiny. The issue is not whether language has power. Indeed, it does. The real inquiry is this: what kind of harvest are you sowing with the instrument of your tongue? Let us take a moment. Consider your personal vocabulary. Have you noticed yourself announcing scarcity? Have you voiced, "I can't afford that," only to discover that you ended up confined within the very limitations that sentence created? If that resonates, know you are not the only one, and more crucially, you are not trapped. You can decide, right now, to speak vitality rather than decline, sufficiency rather than shortage, prosperity rather than impoverishment. If you feel a genuine urge to shift course, announce it immediately. I'm ready to change my words. Such a straightforward confession disrupts the former cycle and places the inaugural seed of a transformed reality into the soil of your life. Have you ever sensed that money keeps a constant lead, always a couple of paces away, just outside your hold? As if you are sprinting, out of breath, chasing something that continually slides out from between your fingers despite all your effort. This is the common ordeal of countless people. The draining pursuit. They accelerate, exert more, extend their hours, yet still discover their wallets light and their spirits tired. Meanwhile, somewhere else, another person seems to draw wealth as naturally as bees gather to honey. That person is centered and composed. They are aligned within, and somehow, resources appear, timely, plentiful, without frantic strain or anxious toil. How is such a contrast possible? The reason is simple. Money is not an object meant to be pursued. It is a force best summoned and magnetized. Understand that money transcends bills and coins. It is energy, responsive substance that answers to spiritual direction. When your words harmonize with divine principle, wealth arrives, not due to a frantic hunt, but because you stand grounded in the authority of your vocalized decree. Allow me to present a picture to clarify this. Picture two individuals. The first dashes across a dry, dusty plain, eyes strained, arms waving, as he tries in desperation to snatch a few loose coins tumbling ahead of him. He gasps for air, his feet throb, and still the coins keep slipping away. The second person stands calmly on a riverbank. He does not run after the stream. He understands that the current naturally runs toward the ocean, and his only task is to place himself where receiving is effortless. Waters shimmering like gold move toward him, not due to demand or force, but because he has aligned with the river's direction. Money behaves like that river. It travels where resistance is minimal. Resistance is more than anxiety or hesitation. It includes language that clashes with prosperity. Each time you assert, "I'm always broke," you construct a barrier across the stream. When you affirm, "I am a magnet for divine wealth," you lift the gates and let the waters surge through. Consider a man called Elias. He was spiritually inclined, thoughtful, and full of potential, yet chronically short of money. His faith was sincere, but his language undermined it. He often confessed, "I'm trying to manifest abundance, but nothing's working. I keep praying, but I guess money just isn't meant for me." One day, during a still moment of prayer, he sensed a gentle inner message. Stop chasing. Start commanding. That brief sentence startled him to the core. He recognized that he had treated money as the master and himself as the servant, sprinting after it. That order is inverted. Divine principle affirms, "You shall decree a thing, and it shall be established unto you." Your purpose is not to chase blessings, but to summon them into form by rightful decree. Elias decided to transform his vocabulary. Each morning he paused, grounded himself, and proclaimed, "Money is drawn to me like iron to a magnet. I do not chase, I attract. I do not beg, I command in faith." Gradually, things began to change. The shift was not instantaneous, yet it was consistent. Surprise payments arrived. New clients came forward. Fresh ideas streamed in. Elias learned a crucial principle. Money functions as a servant, not as a ruler, and it answers to words spoken with spiritual authority. Do you perceive the distinction, dear soul? The world urges hustle and pursuit. Spirit, however, instructs alignment and allowance, to decree with trust. The strongest magnet for wealth is not coercion or grind. It is confident, faith-charged language anchored in sacred law. I frequently share a small parable, simple in tone yet rich in meaning. A certain farmer lived in a region frequently visited by drought. Rather than planting and trusting the appointed season, he devoted his days to chasing raindrops. He sprinted over his fields with buckets, trying to capture the sky's kindness. His neighbors sowed in faith and later reaped abundant crops. He, weary and parched, ended with empty hands. Eventually, a village elder advised him, "Rain never follows the one who runs. It falls where seeds are sown." The farmer wept at these words. In the following season, he remained, planted his field, and spoke blessings over his ground. When the rains arrived, they did not pursue him. They lovingly watered the very seeds he had blessed. This mirrors your own life, dear listener. Cease the chase and start sowing. Your statements are your seeds. Your faith acts as the rain. Your alignment is the sunlight. In time, wealth, like the harvest, will rise to greet you. Allow your speech to function as a welcome mat. Let it be the field through which heaven's gold streams into your affairs. Speak this with me. Money comes to me effortlessly and freely. I stand in the stream of divine supply. I do not run after, I draw in. Allow this affirmation to become your everyday decree. Transform the frantic pursuit into steady, sovereign command. Permit your striving to dissolve into consecrated, intentional language. Let fear be converted into affirmations saturated with faith. For money is not the one who rules you, it is your servant. It responds not to anxiety or panic, but to alignment and assured authority. Therefore, today I put a question before you. Are you prepared to end the chase and begin magnetizing? If your answer is yes, write in the comments, "Money runs after me." Let your language broadcast the fresh path you are choosing. And remember this, a river does not lose its direction, and abundance likewise never forgets the distinctive sound of your faithful decree. Gently close your eyes. Bring to mind a longing that lives deep within you, a serene household, accounts filled to abundance, luminous well-being. Keep that image steady. Sense its contours, its comforting warmth, and the vivid possibility it carries. Now, give that vision sound. Say it out loud so it enters the world as vibration. I live in divine abundance. My home is peaceful, and money flows freely to me. Did you notice a change? A quiet but potent resonance moving through you the moment the words left your lips. Indeed, thought drafts the design like an architect. Yet it is speech that acts as the builder, turning plans into standing structures. The mind draws the blueprint, fine lines rich with aspiration. But it is voiced language that places bricks, mixes mortar, and lifts the framing until the design stands in tangible form where others can see and touch it. Many people spend entire days entertaining lovely ideas. They hope, they wish, they picture new realities. Yet, nothing alters outwardly. The reason is simple. They never translate the inner image into sound. They withhold the spoken decree that prompts the universe to answer. Florence Scovel Shinn expressed this plainly. You can never do a thing you do not see yourself doing, or fill a place you do not see yourself filling. Visualization is a spiritual process, but affirmation is the decree that sets it into motion. You must vocalize your intent. Spoken words travel past the boundary of your thoughts. They radiate into the field around you, touching spiritual strings, stirring sleeping energies, and instructing both the unseen and the material, angels and atoms, to arrange themselves in obedience to your decree. Consider a helpful image, a house rising from the ground. The architect, precise and inspired, lays out every line. The contours of the kitchen, the placement of windows, the soft daylight falling across the study. Yet, until a builder shows up with tools in hand, the home remains only lines on paper. It cannot protect or host. It exists as an elegant idea, compelling yet unfinished. Your spoken language functions as the builder's hammer, solid, active, and capable of fastening the unseen to the seen. Each time you speak in harmony with sacred principle, you drive another nail into the framework of your unfolding life, fastening your vision securely in place. Consider the example of Maya. Maya genuinely embraced abundance teachings. She devoured books, pictured envelopes of money arriving, and imagined herself strolling across grand foyers with marble floors. Yet her situation did not shift. Same position, same small apartment, the same cramped budget. Then one early morning, drowsy yet determined, she breathed a quiet resolve. I am done waiting. I declare I am wealthy, I am safe, I am overflowing. In that moment, a threshold gave way, a subtle inner door opening into new possibility. That soft statement became her daily cadence. Every morning she declared her truths, deliberately, courageously, even when outer facts seemed to disagree. Bit by bit, her world reshaped itself to match her words. Advancement arrived, generosity found her, and creative insights surfaced. The sequence unfolded step by step. The change did not occur merely because she entertained a thought. It happened because she gave voice to it, articulated, audible, and charged with intention. Words embody spirit clothed in vibration, and vibration carries power that moves and organizes life. Consider this. Creation did not unfold by thought alone. God spoke, "Let there be," and reality appeared. The Spirit acted following the spoken word. Your life follows the same law. Action organizes itself behind voice decree. Thought prepares the ground and gathers materials. Speech flips the switch that activates the process. Numerous people remain quiet and then ask why nothing transforms. They hold belief and hope, yet keep their mouths closed. As a result, no command is issued and nothing is summoned into form. You will not marshal heavenly help through silence. You cannot reorganize physical reality while remaining mute. You must pronounce life over what you want to see, animated and active. Now, beloved soul, allow a tender word directed to your innermost place. Have you been privately contemplating change while withholding the commanding voice that gives it force? Have you envisioned a new chapter yet, refused it the sound that would set it into motion? Let this very day mark the pivot, a conscious change in practice. Speak with courage. Speak with steady frequency. Speak from your inherited spiritual authority as one bearing divine image. Your sentences are not hollow reverberations. They are instruments, hammers to construct, chisels to refine, trumpets to summon assistance. They fashion reality and call resources to attention. Join me now and give voice to this. I declare abundance. I decree increase. I release prosperity into my life. Allow these statements to rise from the depths of your spirit and flow outward into the surrounding world. Permit them to crack the hardened ground of postponement and deposit seeds designed for prompt demonstration. You were not fashioned merely to mull things over in hope. You were formed to voice creative decree and bring forth results. Therefore, if you are prepared to step beyond quiet hoping and into the potency of articulated command, comment these exact words. I decree prosperity. Allow your voice to harmonize with the celestial chorus that affirms truth. Then let your language begin the labor, setting forces in motion on your behalf. You might voice the most exquisitely phrased affirmations. You could recite prosperity mantras at sunrise, midday, and bedtime. You may fill notebooks with lines of intention and send proclamations reverberating through quiet spaces. Yet, if faith is absent, Those words resemble light bulbs screwed into sockets with no current, perfectly formed, yet inert and incapable of illumination. The bulbs may be properly crafted and firmly set in place, but lacking power, they produce no radiance, offer no warmth, and effect no transformation whatsoever. Language by itself does not suffice. Faith supplies the energetic current that animates speech and turns statements into living forces. Let us stop for a moment. Take a deliberate breath. Sense the gravity and the awe contained within this principle. When coupled with faith, your utterances become living, dynamic agents of change. Without that inner certainty, they remain hollow, form without function. What influences the unseen is not mere acoustics. It is the unwavering conviction propelling the sound that compels response. You might pronounce, "I am wealthy." Yet if your inner life quivers with anxiety or doubt, the phrase behaves like a loose scrap of paper in a gust. In contrast, when you speak from a grounded assurance that divine source is unfailing, your words resound with authority in the invisible. They mold spiritual substance and open new channels through which outcomes can appear. Faith is not merely an emotional surge, it is a posture, a deliberate inner orientation. It is the calm flame within that declares, "Even if I perceive no evidence yet, I know the matter is already settled." Let us revisit a sacred narrative. A certain woman suffered for 12 years from a bleeding condition. Physicians had not cured her, and her hopes had thinned. Hearing that Jesus was close by, a staunch and uncomplicated faith lifted within her. "If I can just touch the hem of his garment, I will be healed." She did not make a public plea, compose arguments, or analyze possibilities. She simply moved quietly toward him, and upon touching the garment, healing power flowed. Jesus turned and spoke these words, "Daughter, your faith has made you whole." It was not relentless labor, nor the intensity of her distress, but her faith itself that produced the result. Her spiritual certainty switched on the healing virtue. The inner sentence she carried, voiced in her heart and saturated with trust, functioned like a key turning in a sacred lock. This same principle is what enlivens your declarations and grants them efficacy. Your affirmations, proclamations, and decrees are instruments awaiting a musician. Faith is the musician that brings melody, cadence, and force to the performance. Consider Jalen. For months he repeated affirmations, "I am abundant, money flows to me." Yet a faint undercurrent of doubt accompanied each phrase. Beneath the surface, he still accepted the belief that financial hardship was his lot. Consequently, nothing in his circumstances moved or meaningfully improved. Then, one day, spent and near surrender, he burst out, "I know money is coming. I don't care what it looks like. I trust the law of divine provision." In that instant, a surge of power coursed through his being, clarity and resolve igniting simultaneously. From that day forward, his bearing changed. He carried himself upright and spoke not only with his mouth, but with conviction burning through each word. Within a week, a former associate contacted him regarding an overlooked opportunity. An old refund unexpectedly arrived in his account. The very person who had once uttered lifeless phrases began witnessing tangible results. The difference was this: faith had flipped the switch, energizing every word he spoke. Here is another image. Imagine your vocabulary as a series of bulbs arranged on a grand chandelier. Each bulb is purposeful and ready. Without the faith switch activated, however, they stay dim and lifeless. When you hold genuine belief, you send a rush of divine current through your sentences, lighting them with power. They begin to spark and shine, summoning conditions to align and respond. Faith is not prideful posturing, nor is it pleading or coercion. It is taking your rightful spiritual position and affirming what, by divine ordinance, already belongs to you. The spiritual law governing manifestation answers foremost to unwavering certainty, not to fluctuating feelings. How, then, can one cultivate and strengthen faith? By consistently exposing yourself to truth, rehearsing truth aloud, and aligning daily conduct with that truth. Sacred text teaches, faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the Word of God. The more you saturate your environment with divine assurances, and the more courageously you voice them, the sturdier and more resilient your faith grows. The process resembles strengthening a muscle. Every time you affirm, "I am rich in every way," with sincere conviction, you perform a kind of spiritual resistance training, fortifying your stance until your inner certainty becomes firm and unmovable. Let us speak this in unison, neither as a mere wish nor as a tentative hope, but as a charged decree. My words are alive with faith. My words carry the power of God. My words manifest my abundance now. Allow that declaration to reverberate within your spirit like a sustained chord. Permit its energy to move through your very cells, animating your whole being. Let it cut through and dissolve every false notion of scarcity that you previously accepted. For once your words are electrified by faith, your momentum toward fulfillment becomes resolute and unstoppable. You begin to carry yourself as a commander. You inhabit life as someone who truly knows. You speak, and conditions reorganize in obedience to that voice. In faith, speech is animated and potent. Without faith, words are shells, form without living force. Let this principle be inscribed as a fresh law upon your inner life. And if you are genuinely prepared to infuse your language with sacred current, write these exact words in the comments. My words are alive with faith. Allow both the unseen realm and the visible world to hear and register your faith this very day. Let us move now from the soaring summit of faith down into the rich interior fields of the subconscious, the quiet, hidden garden at the core of your being. Every decree you speak, no matter how courageous or luminous, must ultimately be sown somewhere. The ground for that sowing, the true seedbed for your words, resides on the inside. The subconscious mind serves as holy earth where each uttered statement settles and begins to root. Once it has taken hold, this inner soil does not argue, cross-examine, or rationalize. It simply does what soil is designed to do. It grows what has been planted. It produces in kind whatever you deposit, whether generous seeds of abundance or prickly thorns of limitation and want. This explains why repetition holds such importance. It is the reason we voice affirmations every day, sometimes every hour, with cadence and with sacred respect. We do not do this to perform for others or to win their approval. We do it to inscribe fresh truths into the deeper strata of the self. What you rehearse consistently is eventually accepted as true. And what you accept as true inevitably expresses itself as the way you live. Picture a farmer at work. He does not throw a single seed and then wander off expecting a harvest of gold. Instead, he turns the ground, clears the rocks, moistens the earth, and places seeds carefully in rows. Day after day he returns, speaking well over his field. He displays patience and trust, and in due season, the first shoots push through the soil. The same orderly process applies to your life. Each time you affirm, I am wealthy, I am blessed, money flows to me in perfect ways, you are actively sowing seeds into your inner terrain. Even if your external circumstances still look dry and barren, the inner acreage is changing. Roots are taking hold, energy is arranging itself anew, and the raw substance of life is beginning to respond to your decree. In time, that hidden process will pierce the surface, and a visible sprout will appear. Consider now the story of a man called Devon. Devon was raised in an atmosphere of shortage. Across generations, his family wrestled with scarcity. There was never quite enough. Disputes over expenses were frequent, and refrains such as, "We're just not meant to be rich," reverberated throughout his early years. As he grew older, he discovered himself reenacting the same pattern. He labored diligently, but could not advance. He gave, he prayed, yet beneath the surface his subconscious garden was choked by weeds, restrictive beliefs sown during childhood and left to spread. One day, he encountered a principle that stated, "The subconscious accepts what is spoken repeatedly with emotion and authority." That statement ignited a spark within him, and he initiated a disciplined new practice. Twice a day, at daybreak and before sleep, he stood at the mirror, met his own gaze, and declared, "I break the cycle of lack. I am wealthy by divine inheritance. I plant seeds of abundance in every word I speak." Initially, the old programming resisted. He felt self-conscious and even ridiculous. In his mind, he could hear his father scoffing, "That stuff doesn't work." Nevertheless, he persisted with steady resolve. He continued to repeat, to affirm, and to plant, day after day. Within half a year, an unforeseen inheritance from a distant relative arrived. A job offer followed that doubled his pay. Yet beyond those outward gains, a deeper transformation had occurred at the core of his being. He no longer merely hoped for wealth. He possessed an inner knowing of wealth. The seeds had truly rooted. The soil itself had been renewed. Consequently, his life began to flower outwardly. This, dear soul, describes the power available to you as well. Your subconscious is perpetually attentive. It treats your spoken statements as authoritative law. It does not debate, nor does it inquire, "Is this accurate?" It simply responds, "So be it," and proceeds accordingly. Therefore, consider carefully. What have you been declaring about yourself and your life? Have you been repeating lines such as, "I'm always broke. I never have enough. Things are just hard for people like me"? If that has been your habit, release shame. Take it instead as an invitation to begin again. It is an invitation to sow new seed, pull up invasive roots, and adopt the speech of a sacred cultivator of fields. Each repetition of an abundance truth rewrites the configuration of your inner ground. Each time you affirm, "I am prosperous, I am supported, I am rising," you inscribe a revised narrative upon the tablet of your soul. Florence Scovel Shinn instructed, "Man can change his conditions by changing his words. Any man who does not know the power of the word is behind the times." Speaking a truth, a single time, will not suffice. You must keep speaking until your very cells accept it, until your bones resonate with its tone, until your nightly dreams repeat the music of your new proclamation. Repetition is not pointless duplication. Repetition is the mechanism by which revelation takes root and becomes embodied. It carries truth from a shallow surface level into the deep places of spirit, where it can truly transform you. Now let us voice a fresh harvest over your affairs. Speak this out loud with me, lending it the strength of your breath. I plant words of abundance daily. My subconscious accepts them as truth, and my life blossoms accordingly. Repeat it once more, unhurriedly and with intent. I plant words of abundance daily. My subconscious accepts them as truth, and my life blossoms accordingly. Allow these sentences to sink in and settle deeply within. Permit them to slip below the conscious layer into the inner soil. Let them dislodge every restrictive root and replace it with the expansive possibility of the divine. You are not permanently fixed in place or trapped where you stand. You are, instead, being invited to keep speaking, again and again, until your field flushes green with new growth. Therefore, if you are ready to act as the deliberate cultivator of your personal future, post these exact words below. I am planting seeds of abundance daily. Let this declaration stand as your vow and your ongoing practice. The inner ground is ready and waiting for your seed. Your spoken phrases are the very seeds that will be planted. The eventual harvest will be your lived experience, shaped by what you have sown. We have arrived at a crucial insight regarding speech. It is within your power to tear out by the roots every negative pronouncement you have ever issued. Indeed, each careless statement, each line of scarcity, every breath once heavy with fear, none of these are permanent fixtures. Not one utterance lies outside the reach of redemption. The very mouth that formerly planted poverty can now announce prosperity. The same tongue that echoed boundaries and lack can now issue decrees of freedom and plenty. Let us ground ourselves in this immovable foundation. Divine truth consistently overrules and outshines every error of the past. While your earlier statements may have molded prior conditions, your present, awakened speech possesses the authority to craft an entirely new experience. You are not imprisoned by the vocabulary of yesterday. Florence Scovel Shinn declared, "Every negative word must be uprooted and replaced with a positive affirmation of truth." Therefore, we now commence the sacred labor of pulling up those old words by the roots and replacing them with life-giving truth. Picture a field swallowed up by weeds. No one purposely sowed them. They slipped in gradually. A little neglect, a lack of awareness. They spread, unruly and intertwined. Yet, as soon as an attentive gardener appears, equipped with tools and intention, transformation begins to unfold across that ground. You, at this very moment, stand as that gardener, the one who chooses to tend, to prune, and to renew the terrain of your life. And with each affirmation of prosperity you voice, every I am provided for, every I walk in divine wealth, your words become a steady hand, uprooting the choking weeds of scarcity and setting living roses of increase into the soil instead. Let us stop for a moment and consider a tale of two paths, two sisters, sharing the same household and guided by identical early lessons. The first sister, Naomi, kept echoing the lines she absorbed in childhood. Money doesn't grow on trees. Be realistic. Life is hard. Only the lucky get ahead. She never examined those ideas. They settled into her as unquestioned reality and hardened into her personal truth. Consequently, her circumstances mirrored her speech. Continual strain, doors closing, and the nagging sensation of being perpetually one step late. Her sister, Lila, stumbled upon a worn copy of Shinn's The Game of Life and how to play it, and a deep stirring awakened within her as she read. She recognized that the language of her past had held her in a subtle trance. She therefore started altering her statements, tentatively at the beginning. I cancel every word of lack I've ever spoken. I replace them with words of truth. I am blessed beyond measure. As her affirmations shifted, her conditions followed. Unexpected doors swung open. She launched a business. She journeyed to new places. She shared her resources with generosity and joy. They came from the same lineage and began at the same starting line. Yet one persisted in voicing the old weeds, while the other deliberately pulled them out and replanted with truth. Which path will you claim for yourself? You may be asking, what about all the seasons when I voiced fear and scarcity? What becomes of the pronouncements I uttered while hurting? Dear heart, receive this. Divine law does not exist to penalize. Its purpose is to answer and to respond. The instant you become aware of your former speech, you gain the power to reverse its course and redirect it. There is no sentence of shame, only the invitation to create anew. Speak this alongside me as a sacred turning of direction. I cancel every negative declaration I have ever made. I uproot every seed of fear and replace it with seeds of faith. My words now align with divine abundance. Pause and sense the shift in your body, the subtle realignment beginning even now. Allow that intention to settle into the depths of your spirit, until it takes root. You are not confined by yesterday's phrases. You are at liberty to speak anew, beginning this very moment. Let us address the familiar falsehoods and overlay them with living truth. When you once declared, "I can't afford that," now affirm, "Everything I need and desire is divinely provided." When you spoke, "I'm always broke," now speak, "I am overflowing with divine riches." When you claimed, "That's impossible for someone like me," now decree, "Nothing is impossible for me, for I am backed by the infinite." Each substitution is not a refusal to face facts. It is a homecoming to spiritual reality, the deeper truth beneath appearances. Your earlier phrases leaned on illusion, while your current declarations rest upon enduring, unchanging truth. Let us continue this sacred clearing and replanting. Gently close your eyes. Listen within for old phrases you have spoken that no longer benefit you. Allow them to surface softly, not with shame, but with lucid awareness. And now, imagine yourself removing them like weeds from a garden bed. Sense the lightness and relief as the roots come free. Then, into every cleared space, plant the following seed. I speak only words of life, abundance, and divine truth. My tongue is a channel for prosperity. My declarations reshape my destiny. There is real power at work here, creative force released through deliberate speech. Your tongue is more than a tool for chatting. It is an instrument for creation and intentional shaping. You are not merely making noise. You are selecting outcomes with your words. You are not simply venting. You are sending a frequency that draws matching forms. Each utterance transmits a signal, and the universe, consistently reliable, returns an echo that corresponds to what you broadcast. Therefore, be precise and intentional. Treat your language as sacred material, worthy of care and reverence. Allow your declarations to function as the very key that opens the door to your freedom. You need not justify who you were. You are the writer of your present chapter and the designer drafting the blueprints of your future. Speak this concluding reversal as a seal set upon your inner life. I cancel every negative decree I have spoken. I now speak life, wealth, and divine increase into all that concerns me. And it is so. Allow the universe to hear the fresh anthem now rising from your mouth. Invite your inner field to blossom with a harvest of new and abundant fruit. Permit your life to lift from yesterday's ashes and stand radiant in true prosperity. And if indeed you are fully ready to pull out every last thread of lack from your language, proclaim right now in the comments, "I cancel every negative decree." Let that statement serve as the closing verdict on your yesterday, and let it simultaneously be the opening line of the magnificent future you are choosing. In the same way that gravity is constant, neither drowsy nor erratic, the operations of spiritual law are fixed, unwavering, and continuously active. If a stone is released from your hand, in Tokyo or Timbuktu alike, it descends. No one interrogates gravity or checks its schedule. You rely on it immediately and without hesitation, because you know the law will invariably act. Spiritual law functions with the same dependable regularity. Each utterance, each intention you set, each belief you sustain serves as seeds scattered into the receptive earth of divine law. And, like gravity, that law is compelled to answer. It cannot do otherwise. Its operation is not optional. It is the nature of law. This is where many people stumble. They sow a seed, and then unearth it the following morning to check for growth. They state an affirmation once, and demand instant proof. At the first sign of delay, they exclaim, "It must not be working," and without realizing it, revoke the very outcome they set in motion. The law remained constant. What shifted was their inner conviction. Here, a man on a cliff, holding a stone. He casts it outward and mid-descent shouts, "Stop! Maybe it won't fall. Maybe gravity betrayed me." His skepticism has no effect. The stone continues downward. Gravity remains operative. What his doubt reveals is not any malfunction of the law, but his own misunderstanding. The same logic applies to spiritual demonstration. A woman approached me saying, "I affirm my right to prosperity every day. Divine abundance flows to me now. Yet nothing shifts. I must be failing at this." I posed a simple question. "Have you flown before?" She said yes. "Did you fear gravity might suddenly cease?" She answered no. No. Then why doubt the law governing spiritual demonstration? The issue was not the content of her affirmations, it was the frailty of her faith. She planted the proper crop, but irrigated it with skepticism. Nevertheless, the law had not paused. It was quietly accumulating force below the threshold of visibility. Several months went by. Outward conditions dipped before rising. I urged her to remain steady. Keep your stance. Continue speaking. Let doubt go. The law must fulfill its function. One morning, she received an unanticipated call. An old acquaintance extending a venture that transformed her finances. She wept, not from astonishment, but from recognition. She finally understood. The law had indeed operated. In truth, it had been operating all along. Here's a clarifying principle to ignite your heart. Spiritual law does not procrastinate. It brings elements into alignment. As with gravity, it has no favorites and never rests. Its response is tuned to the frequency of your faith rather than the loudness of your speech. When internal certainty harmonizes with external declaration, results become a matter of inevitability rather than chance. If you proclaim wholeness while nursing a hidden fear of illness, your signal is split. If you announce prosperity yet anxiously fear every invoice, your broadcast is mixed. The law attends not to syllables alone, but to the animating force within them, faith. Jesus stated, "According to your faith, be it unto you," not by the measure of need, nor by the intensity of desperation, but by the strength of faith. Therefore, I urge you to speak as one whose result is already ratified, because spiritually it is. Move with the composure of a person who has released the stone and knows it must ascend. Refuse to doubt during waiting. Do not excavate your seed in impatience. Rather, affirm the following. The word I have spoken is law. It moves mountains unseen. It draws to me what belongs to me. I do not fear delay, for I walk by faith, not by sight. And when doubt attempts to intrude, as it often will, strengthen your stance and say, "Though I see nothing yet, I know the law is in motion. My demonstration is already forming. I live by spiritual law, which cannot fail." Keep this in mind. The stone invariably falls. The law invariably functions. Do you accept that this law is operating on your behalf at this very moment? If you believe spiritual law is presently active for you, write this in the comments. It is done. Within the universe's great design, alignment is decisive. Stars arrange into constellations. Seasons synchronize with the sun's course, and your declarations must align with the entirety of your being if they are to summon outcomes into form. You might assert, "I am rich," yet if your living space is chaotic, your money matters are ignored, and your mind is riven with conflict, alignment is missing. Genuine manifestation requires more than speech. It calls for coherence among your thinking, feeling, behavior, surroundings, and moral alignment. Consider a mirror. If you smile, it returns your joy. If you frown, it shows your frown. Likewise, external conditions mirror the state within. Alignment cannot be faked. The universe responds to energetic truth, not stagecraft. Reflect on David. He consumed every prosperity text he could find and could reel off affirmations flawlessly. Money comes to me easily and frequently. I am a magnet for abundance. Yet he stayed financially strained, uneasy, and caught in recurring scarcity. Upon visiting his apartment, the disorder was conspicuous. Stacks of unpaid bills, sinks crowded with dishes, a palpable heaviness in the atmosphere. It became clear that his lived environment contradicted his words. He spoke wealth yet inhabited disarray. I asked, would someone truly prosperous maintain a home like this? He looked perplexed. What are you getting at? Would a person who genuinely knows himself to be wealthy ignore his accounts, tolerate clutter, and sidestep responsibility? You claim abundance, but your surroundings, routines, and energetic tone insist on the opposite. The realization hit him then. His statements were not fabrications, but they had not yet become governing law in his life, precisely because his daily reality was misaligned. So he commenced practical adjustments, incremental steps. He tidied his home, automated bill payments, adopted attire consistent with the role he aspired to, carried himself with dignity, and expressed gratitude for every dollar that circulated through his life. Gradually, the mirror of his outer world reflected a different image. In half a year, he received a job offer exceeding his prior expectations, not due to pleading with the universe, but because he had evolved into the person congruent with his affirmations. You cannot responsibly proclaim one reality while practicing another. Law is not fooled. It answers to comprehensive alignment. Your thinking must endorse your speech. Your emotions must resonate. Your behavior must corroborate. Your surroundings must mirror. Your values must embody the claim. To affirm, I am love, while preserving resentment is misalignment. To assert, I am healed, while constantly revisiting symptoms is inner conflict. To state, I am wealthy, yet evade stewardship of money is energetic confusion. Such confusion obstructs manifestation. When all dimensions of yourself converge in agreement, manifestation gains a magnetic quality. You transition from asking to allowing, from mere hope to certainty, from pushing to effortless flow. Use this declaration to cultivate full-spectrum alignment. Every cell of my being agrees with my word. My thoughts are in harmony with divine truth. My emotions radiate gratitude. My actions honor abundance. My environment reflects my faith. I walk in integrity and I receive with ease. Treat this not merely as a sentence to recite, but as a benchmark for living. Survey your life. What does the mirror of circumstance reveal? Where do you see clutter, postponement, disorder, or inconsistency? Take these not as condemnations, but as summons, opportunities to align. Put your space in order. Bring your accounts into clarity. Tell the truth. Let go of resentment. Present yourself as the person you intend to become. These are not cosmetic gestures. They are solemn compacts with your declaration. You are not stuck, awaiting cosmic movement. Rather, the cosmos is poised, awaiting your alignment. Affirm this alongside me. I am ready to become the full expression of my word. I live in alignment with prosperity, peace, and purpose. If this teaching resonates within you, then type, I live in alignment with prosperity, if you are prepared to incarnate your own decrees. Gratitude functions as the soul's most potent expression of faith. It transmits a sacred signal that declares, I believe it is already done. It carries the energetic frequency of completion even before outer proof arises. Gratitude is not merely a response to outcomes. It is an initiating, creative power that helps bring those outcomes forth. When Jesus faced Lazarus' tomb, he did not resort to pleading or desperate appeals. Rather than addressing death in panic, he raised his gaze and affirmed, Father, I thank thee that thou hast heard me. Thank him in advance. Yes, prior to the miracle itself, before the stone moved away, before Lazarus took a single step out of the grave. Jesus modeled thanksgiving ahead of visible results. This discloses the quiet mystery at the heart of manifestation. Understand that gratitude irrigates the seeds of your affirmations. It supplies the spiritual moisture, that awakens divine law into action. Without thanksgiving, your words land in arid soil. With it, they take root, quicken, and flourish. Picture a gardener sowing tomato seeds. She does not claw into the dirt each dawn to see if sprouts emerged overnight. She does not doubt the sun or cross-examine the rain. She expresses gratitude every day, not because fruit is already visible, but because she understands the law of growth. She trusts the process, and her steady thanksgiving operates as living certainty. In the same way, you must practice gratitude in advance, before the offer comes, before the health is evident, before the relationship is mended. A woman once confided, "I'll be grateful when my breakthrough finally happens." I gently replied, "Then you'll wait indefinitely." Gratitude isn't what follows faith. It is the very evidence and embodiment of faith itself. Gratitude proclaims, "I know divine law is operating, even when nothing yet appears to my sight." It affirms, "I am whole already, notwithstanding remaining symptoms." It declares, "My harvest is assured. Therefore, I choose joy now, not later." Such proactive thanksgiving exerts a magnetic pull. It attracts the very outcomes you honor ahead of time. It awakens activity in the unseen and broadcasts a clear signal. Here is a believer. Here is someone prepared to receive. Consider a man whose business collapsed. Bankrupt, embarrassed, and close to giving up, he initiated an unusual daily practice. Each morning he stood and declared aloud, "Thank you, God, for the flood of clients, contracts, and checks coming to me now." Friends labeled him unrealistic. His accountant said he was being reckless. Still, he persisted in giving thanks for results not yet visible to anyone else. Within 2 months, a former contact reached out with a partnership opportunity. 3 months later, his company's revenue had tripled. Standing before me with tears, he said, "It manifested because I carried myself as if it already belonged to me." Here lies the spiritual secret. Gratitude goes before abundance. Abundance does not precede gratitude. So, how do you embody gratitude as faith actively expressed? You start immediately, right where you are. Not when appearances improve, not when funds have cleared, not only after discomfort disappears, but now, in the stillness, in the face of contradictions. In the liminal, not yet of becoming, you progress by thanking your way forward. Step by step. Speak this out loud with me now. I thank you, Divine Source, for the blessings already forming. I thank you for the answered prayers I cannot yet see. I thank you for the abundance that is mine by spiritual right. I thank you that all things are working together for my good. Savor those words. Allow them to widen within your heart space. Let them form bridges where barriers once stood. Let them moisten and nourish every seed you have already sown in faith's soil. Permit them to announce to the heavens, "This one truly believes." Your thanksgiving serves as the green signal for divine timing to proceed. It is the consecrated contract linking your soul with spiritual law in cooperative action. Articulate gratitude, embody it, and make it a daily discipline. Do not postpone gratitude until some grand event arrives. Start with what is present now. Appreciate your body. Appreciate your breath. Appreciate your path. Appreciate the lessons. Appreciate the light and the rain as well. Everything you genuinely appreciate increases in perceived and often tangible value. Gratitude multiplies whatever it encounters. It transforms scarcity into sufficiency, waiting into purposeful preparation, and hollowness into hopeful expectancy. Affirm the following now. I walk in gratitude. I receive by faith. I celebrate the invisible as if it were already mine. Nen, Isanden, is she, and oh. This is the posture of those who master spiritual law. This is the manner in which seemingly immovable obstacles shift. This is the pathway through which manifestation moves freely. Therefore, Let us practice this together at this very moment. Share in the comments a single specific thing you are grateful for today as your witness of faith in action. A sacred cadence permeates everything, a precise timing woven into creation itself. Just as a blossom cannot open before its season, and a child is not born ahead of its appointed hour, so your manifestation appears not on demand, but at the moment of alignment. That appearance, this reverent unfolding, occurs exactly when it should, unfailingly on time. Yet the human mind, conditioned to urgency and outcomes, often pushes back against divine timing. It complains, "Why not immediately?" It protests, "How long must I wait?" It doubts, "If this truly worked, wouldn't the evidence be here already?" Therefore, we must practice not merely speaking our decree, but also waiting with holy patience, not the passivity of resignation, but a patient stance grounded in spiritual trust. No image portrays this principle better than the farmer at work. The farmer understands his role. He plants, he waters, he tends. He does not yank the sprout out of the seed, nor scrape up the soil to accelerate growth. He respects the cycle. There is a season to sow and a season to harvest, and between them lies a sacred quiet, the season of waiting. Many people abandon their forthcoming harvest during this consecrated interval. They affirm once or twice, or for a short week, and when visible changes fail to appear, they conclude it must not be working, and quit. Unbeknownst to them, the seed was near to splitting, the root already reaching through the dark soil. Understand that the instant you decree your word, charged with faith, the manifestation begins its formation. The process may not yet be visible to eyesight, but spirit is fully aware of its unfolding. Consider Angela, a woman whose deepest desire was motherhood. For years, she prayed, affirmed, and envisioned. Physicians lost confidence, yet she held to hope. After another setback, she knelt and declared, "God, I surrender. I will not beg for timing anymore. I trust it. I know my child exists in spirit and will arrive at the appointed hour." From that moment, something in her posture changed. She stopped asking, "When?" She set up a nursery. She knit small socks. Each day she gave thanks for her child to come, not from despair, but from joy-filled certainty. 2 years afterward, through what many would label coincidences, she connected with an adoption agency, and a baby girl was placed in her embrace. This was no ordinary alignment. The infant was born on the precise date Angela had voiced her surrender and trust. Gazing into the baby's eyes, she whispered, "You were always mine. I only needed to wait." Divine timing is not procrastination. It is precise design. What appears as delay is not refusal. It is development in progress. Spiritual law operates with exactness, never with frenzy. It organizes people, events, and resources into a perfect choreography. At times it requires time to prepare the path. At other times you require time to mature into the version of yourself capable of sustaining the blessing without being overwhelmed by it. The caterpillar does not hurry the cocoon, and the acorn does not question the oak within it. Both trust the process, because the process itself is law dynamically at work. If the waiting wears on you, speak this stabilizing affirmation: "I trust divine timing. I do not force. I do not fear. I plant in faith and I harvest in peace. What is mine will reach me, right on time." Persistence stands as the clearest evidence that belief is genuine. If you truly believed your result was on its way, you wouldn't quit. You would gladly water the soil, keep presenting yourself to the work, and continue declaring your word. Those who collapse in faith often cut off their own miracles prematurely. Yet those who persevere, even through fatigue and uncertainty, will eventually harvest. As Scripture counsels, "Let us not grow weary in well-doing, for in due season we shall reap, if we faint not." Therefore I pose a question to you now. Have you given up inwardly, Have you, in exasperation, unearthed your seed to check on it? Or are you standing firm, still sowing, still praising, still trusting the law at work? Patience is not frailty. It is a warrior's composed strength. It is the certainty that law continues beneath the surface. It is the soul's declaration, I trust the invisible more than I trust the ticking of time. Speak this with me now. I will not faint in faith. I wait with joy. I persist in peace. I harvest in divine time. Eligim, Abhan, Edasona Ashe, Muaha. A precise time is scheduled for your blessing, and it will arrive without being even a second late. Continue affirming. Continue presenting yourself. Continue making ready. The rain is on its way. The root is pushing upward. The door's handle is beginning to turn. Your task is not to command the how, but to hold faith regarding the when. And that when has already been set into motion. Therefore, today I summon you back to your decree, to your faith, to your planted seed, to the inner knowing you already carry. I close this section by offering you this line. Though the vision tarry, wait for it will surely come. If you choose persistence today, post these exact words, I will not faint in faith. There exist passages, holy phrases, and scriptural lines, not merely inked on pages but engraved with power, that hold a unique ignition for you. Not every verse stirs every heart, yet within the vast treasury of truth, there is a key, your specific key, that when spoken with faith, opens the doors to your increase. The word is living, of spirit, and it never returns empty-handed. Just as a virtuoso must discover the instrument that matches their voice, each soul must find the particular scripture that sings within, so resonant that it becomes the anthem of their life. Consider the account of Malcolm. Malcolm was devout, yet he spent years under scarcity's pressure, not through divine neglect, but because he had not yet seized the truth that belonged to him. He had read widely and listened to countless sermons and lessons. Still, nothing fully took root, until one evening, after yet another rejection, he walked by a church marquee that displayed a single simple line. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Something deep within him split open and awakened. He froze on the sidewalk, fixed his eyes on the words, and whispered aloud, I shall not want. He spoke it again, and yet again, and with each recurrence, a spark kindled within. For the first time, he experienced it not merely as printed text, but as living truth addressed to him. He hurried home, opened his worn Bible to the passage, and began proclaiming it every day, not as a hope, but as a certainty. I shall not want. I shall not want, because the Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. That single verse became his sword for battle, his shield for protection, and his source of supply. Within 3 months, his professional life started to shift. A former contact phoned with a contract. A long-standing family debt was canceled. Gradually, the current of his life changed direction. The transformation did not arise from the verse by itself, but from his conviction that the verse addressed him personally, here and now. The scriptures overflow with riches of wisdom, yet unless those treasures are uncovered, personally claimed, and energized by faith, they remain concealed in the open, present before you, but unrealized and unused. Somewhere, there is a specific verse tuned to your inner frequency, a line of holy text which, when voiced with unwavering conviction, snaps chains and swings open long-closed gates. For certain people, the verse that resonates most is, Beloved, I wish above all things that thou mayest prosper and be in health, even as thy soul prospereth. For others, a different passage carries the needed tone, Give, and it shall be given unto you. good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Or perhaps this line is the living key for you. The blessing of the Lord makes rich, and he adds no sorrow with it. These lines are not merely lyrical phrases. They are spiritual statutes, binding laws embedded and encrypted within sacred language. Here is the vital nuance. A single verse does not serve every moment. You are invited to locate the passage that addresses you now, that aligns with your present season, and that bears the specific anointing capable of unlocking your next elevation. I describe this phenomenon as scripture resonance. When a verse rises from the page into your spirit and becomes your weapon in battle, your quiet whisper in daily life, and your wellspring of wealth. It becomes the line you proclaim at daybreak, the refrain you hum beneath your breath in traffic, the sentence taped to your mirror, the decree you speak when fear swells and scarcity attempts entry. That verse turns into your inner spine, your steady, strengthening support. So how do you locate this personal key? You begin by listening, attentively and inwardly. Open the scriptures and let the Spirit guide your attention. Ask, which truth is appointed to me for this exact moment? When a verse ignites your heart, moistens your eyes, or settles peace warmly in your chest, you will recognize it as yours. And once you discover it, you do more than merely read. You give it voice, clearly and often. You embody it in behavior and choices. You plant it like a seed into the soil of each day's moments. You articulate it aloud whenever doubt creeps near. You inscribe it repeatedly until it becomes your mind's natural baseline. You wield it to repel darkness and to declare, "This is the truth that defines and shapes my world." Let me provide a concrete demonstration. If the verse resonating with you is, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," your supportive affirmations might sound like this: "I walk in divine guidance and supply. My source lacks nothing, so I lack nothing. I move through life with fullness and peace. I shall not want." If your anchoring verse is, "Give, and it shall be given unto you," your daily decree could be, "I give with joy, and I receive with grace. The flow of abundance is activated through my generosity. What I give returns multiplied. I live in the overflow." In this practice, you are doing more than quoting. You are switching on a divine principle and setting it in motion. You are bringing yourself into alignment with unchanging eternal law. This is the operative force of the word demonstrated in real time. The goal is not rote recitation like a parrot. It is becoming a living vessel of truth. You do not require a multitude of verses. One living word from God, deeply believed, can transform everything. A single verse can serve as your anchor when the seas grow rough. One line can unbolt the heavy door that has kept you waiting for years. One verse, uttered in faith, functions as a spiritual key that swings open heaven's storehouse. Therefore, I invite you today to pursue and discover your verse. And once it is found, grasp it firmly, proclaim it boldly. Write it down, speak it frequently, live it out, and believe it deeply. Allow it to become the foundational stone beneath your prosperity. Let that verse evolve into your spiritual signature, recognizably yours in heaven and on earth. Share in the comments the verse that sets your spirit alight, so that others may be encouraged and find their own. In every moment you stand in a hallway between two invisible doors. One door opens into the room of faith, the other swings into the chamber of fear. Although these doors are unseen, your thoughts, emotions, and spoken words are keys forever turning one handle or the other. Each declaration becomes a choice, every belief a ballot cast, and every reaction an invitation to a particular reality. The door you choose determines the landscape you will inhabit. Notice that both faith and fear demand the same resource: belief in what is not yet visible. Faith believes in goodness, breakthrough, and divine promise. Fear believes in disaster, collapse, and emptiness. Both forces are creative. They generate outcomes. Yet only faith aligns harmoniously with spiritual laws, current. As Florence Scovel Shinn observed, fear is only inverted faith. It is faith in evil instead of good. Put simply, fear is faith flipped on its head. Confidence in failure over success, in illness over healing, and in lack instead of plenty. Here is the subtle mystery. The law of demonstration will reflect either posture, not due to a bias toward negativity, but because spiritual law mirrors the strength of your conviction. If you are persuaded that shortage is inevitable, brooding over worries, rehearsing worst-case scenarios, and speaking from anxiety, the law reflects that conviction back to you, not as retribution but as precise reflection. Spiritual law is neutral. It does not make your choice. You decide by aligning yourself with faith or with fear. Consider Elias, a talented orator admired by many, yet inwardly immobilized by fear. Each time opportunity presented itself, he recoiled, muttering, "What if I fail? What if they mock me? What if everything slips away?" Consequently, growth stalled in his life, not from lack of ability, but because he irrigated every seed with fear. He anticipated disaster, practiced rejection in his mind, and proclaimed defeat through quivering speech. One day, weary of the loop, Elias chose something radical. Facing his mirror, he shouted, "I choose faith, not fear." Initially, his voice fractured, but he repeated the line again and again until something within snapped free. The shift was not bluster. It was genuine belief taking root. He then behaved as if faith were already confirmed. He accepted engagements, sent proposals, carried himself with boldness. Within a year, his life looked entirely different, not because fear never whispered again, but because he refused to kneel before it. Fear is persistent. It will keep knocking. You are not obligated to open the door. You can answer, "I hear you," but you hold no authority here. I choose faith. Faith's power does not hinge on fear's absence. It rests on belief's dominance. When Israel faced the Red Sea with Pharaoh behind them, no visible route of escape existed. The people trembled. Yet Moses, aligned with divine law, lifted his staff in faith, and the waters opened. He chose allegiance to the higher law. You are called to make the same choice. Each difficulty that arises is in fact an invitation to choose your door. Will your mouth utter defeat or a decisive decree? Will your behavior proceed from panic or from centered peace? Will you anchor your belief in the visible or in the promise that transcends sight? Your answer sculpts the reality that subsequently takes shape. Join me now in voicing this decree. I do not serve fear. I serve faith. I believe in divine supply. I walk in unseen favor. I speak the word and trust the outcome. And when fear murmurs, "What if it fails?" you respond, "What if it succeeds? What if I am nearer than I imagine? What if the breakthrough is already inbound? What if heaven is waiting on my yes?" You serve as the gatekeeper of your world. The keys are in your hand. You choose which door swings open. Spiritual law answers not frantic noise, but authentic power, not volume, but inner knowing. And genuine spiritual knowing flows exclusively through the channel of faith. Therefore, choose the higher doorway. Step forward into alignment with abundance's flow. Let your words originate from courage rather than mere comfort. Faith is not simply an emotion. It is a choice, intentional, daily, and profoundly spiritual. And if your choice in this moment is faith, then inscribe it boldly. I choose faith, not fear. Under divine law, our role is not desperate seeker but natural magnet. Chasing reveals an inner belief in lack. By contrast, one who stands in quiet divine confidence knowing all good already belongs to them, becomes the true magnet for money, opportunity, and every good and perfect gift. Dear one, let us step today beyond the culture of frantic striving and into the spiritual reality of attraction. You are not a beggar pleading at life's gate. You are an heir of a vast kingdom, and what belongs to you cannot ultimately be withheld. Let us start by voicing this collective decree. I am a magnet for divine supply. Money flows to me with ease and joy. I attract wealth, not by struggle, but by decree. Savor that truth. Let it move across your tongue like honeyed affirmation and settle deep in your spirit. You are a magnet, not through human striving, but by virtue of your divine identity. You are not merely laboring to earn permission to prosper. You are a child of the infinite. Prosperity is written into your birthright. As a magnet draws iron without effort, so your aligned soul, when tuned to divine truth, attracts money, opportunities, clients, partnerships, ideas, and wealth with graceful ease. The moment you cease chasing, attraction begins in earnest. Consider Grace, a single mother of 3 holding down 2 jobs. Her hands were endlessly busy, yet her heart felt depleted. She believed every penny required a grind, every bit of progress a hustle, until she read the statement, "I do not chase, I attract. What belongs to me will find me." No. She copied those words onto a sticky note and fixed it to her mirror. Morning and night she spoke them, not anxiously or desperately, but with steady, quiet authority. After several weeks, subtle shifts appeared. Surprise checks arrived. A position opened at twice her current pay. Her side business began to flourish beyond her previous imagination. Grace, the relentless chaser, had become unmistakably the magnet. The deepest shift occurred not first in her account, but in her identity and self-concept. Speak this now with conviction. I am not a chaser. I am an attractor. I do not pursue money. Money pursues me. Envision yourself as a luminous field of divine light, with golden currents flowing around you. You do not beg. You stand upright and serene. From all directions, resources move toward you. People look for ways to bless you. Your name circulates in rooms of favor. Thresholds appear where no doors previously existed. This is what I call the magnetic field of divine identity, and you have stepped into it now. Allow the earlier self, the hustling, worrying striver, to dissolve and fall away. Let a new self emerge, royal, composed, assured, and rooted in divine abundance. For money does not arrive through panic-fueled toil. It arrives through alignment with truth. Each voiced truth about your prosperity amplifies and strengthens your magnetic field. I am wealthy in thought, word, and being. I do not run after money. Money runs after me. The vibrational law answers certainty, not frantic desperation. Are you prepared to transition from relentless striving to effortless magnetizing? Add this in the comments. I am a money magnet by divine decree. And let the universe register and respond to the sound of your voice. Hesitant speech quivers and falters, but audacious words make the very atmosphere quiver and respond. Cautious declarations resemble faint murmurs in a raging storm. They disappear before taking hold. Bold decrees, however, strike like sacred thunder. They jolt the invisible realms, cut channels through the unseen, issue commands, and reality reorganizes in obedience. In spiritual dimensions, authority reveals itself and is acknowledged through the quality and strength of the spoken sound. The question to wrestle with is not, am I worthy to speak? The real question is, do you truly believe in the power carried by your own voice? Dear one, understand this clearly. Timid language produces timid outcomes. Bold decrees, by contrast, are the very force that shifts mountains. Speak this aloud now. I decree boldly. I do not beg. I command in divine authority. I speak, and it is done. You were not fashioned to approach your desires as a servant, asking approval. You were created to issue royal decrees, because in spiritual reality, you are royalty. Consider the ancient prophets, not as distant legends, but as mirrors reflecting your own potential. When Elijah summoned fire from heaven, he did not mumble. If it be thy will, he stood steady and declared, let it be known this day that you are God. And fire descended in response. When Jesus faced the violent storm, he did not bargain or plead. He issued a rebuke to the wind, peace, be still. And creation itself complied. Their statements were not mild recommendations. They were sovereign decrees clothed in absolute spiritual certainty. Declare the following. My words carry the voltage of heaven. I do not request my abundance. I release it. Consider Daniel's story, a young man who spent most of his life timid. He held truth in his intellect, but fear fastened his lips shut. Whenever money was needed, he murmured small prayers. Whenever lack appeared, he merely hoped God would act at some undefined someday. Yet, unsurprisingly, nothing in his life actually shifted. Then, one morning in silence, he stood to his feet with a new inner resolve and announced aloud, I am done waiting. I command divine provision now. I decree abundance over my life. He felt self-conscious, even foolish. Yet something rumbled, not in his environment, but within. It was his own authoritative voice finally awakening. The instant his language transformed from petition to decree, the floodgates began to swing open. The very next day, a new client appeared. Funds he had not expected showed up. Long-standing debts were erased. This shift did not happen because God abruptly changed his mind. It happened because Daniel finally spoke from the identity of one already blessed. Timid speech says, please, I hope this works somehow. Bold language, however, proclaims, it is working now. My words are shaping reality in this moment. Speak this now with such force the walls could echo it. I decree, boldly, lack flees from me. Money obeys my voice. Divine supply answers my command. Nain. Sense the power resonating in your tone. Let it rise from your core. This is not arrogance. It is your alignment with truth. When a sovereign sits upon the throne, they do not request authorization or apologize for governing. They speak, and the word becomes law. Why is that? Because the authority lies in the position they occupy. And you, dear soul, are seated in a high place, holding a divine inheritance that authorizes your speech. Refuse to let your tongue consent to fear any longer. Speak as one bearing heaven's authority. Speak as though your words are the wand that directs reality. Because, spiritually speaking, they are. Let the atmosphere itself listen. Let your accounts listen. Let every cell of your body listen as you declare. I decree I am rich. I decree I am favored. I decree I am provided for. I decree the overflow is mine. Let angelic help answer that decree. Let doors swing wide on their hinges. Let your boldness be the force that bursts the dam and releases the flow. The hesitant might keep waiting, but the bold speak the decree that moves things now. And in accordance with spiritual law, outcomes align with your spoken word. If your voice has stirred awake, comment now. I decree, boldly. Let that be the inaugural act of your power this day. A seed cannot develop in contaminated ground. Regardless of flawless design or immense potential, if the seed is buried where light is blocked, roots are constricted, and the air is clogged with doubt, it will not bloom. The same principle applies directly to your prosperity. You are more than a spiritual magnet. You are also the soil itself. The environment encircling you nourishes, or starves, your growth. Your thoughts germinate within your setting. Your faith either thrives or withers based on the people, inputs, and energies you allow around you. So I ask you sincerely, who has a speaking role in your life? What energies are you permitting to permeate your atmosphere? You cannot effectively decree prosperity while immersed in a culture of perpetual complaining. You cannot credibly claim wealth while soaked in gossip, scarcity narratives, and fear-driven thought. Your spirit is far too sacred to be rooted in a toxic garden bed. Declare this now. I protect my energy. I dwell in abundance. I surround myself with light. Let me illustrate with a story. Michael was skilled, motivated, and brimming with possibility. Yet year after year, he remained stalled. Each time he built momentum, something yanked him back. A sudden crisis, a setback, a prolonged dry spell. One day, in prayer, he sensed a quiet divine whisper. Look around you. He obeyed, and the truth became unmistakable. His closest companions mocked vision. Daily conversations dripped with sarcasm about success. He was encircled by people who feared money, normalized lack, and distrusted their own dreams. He was, in essence, a seed attempting to blossom in poisoned soil. That very day, Michael chose bravely. Without contempt, but with love, he created distance. He sought a new circle. He filled his ears with teachings on abundance and aligned with a spiritual community that affirmed prosperity rather than poverty. Within half a year, his financial landscape altered dramatically. The transformation occurred because, once the soil changed, the seed was finally permitted to grow to its design. Affirm this now. I plant myself in environments of growth. I walk with those who walk in abundance. This shift does not require angry cutoffs. Instead, you rise, and your rising becomes an invitation for others to rise with you. Still, you must not shrink to fit spaces that were never designed for your destiny. The eagle is not unkind when it leaves the barnyard. It simply recognizes that it was born to soar. Your calling flies too high to remain in places that continually drain your strength. Your mind is too fruitful to be nourished by fear-based input. Your spirit is too valuable to absorb poverty thinking endlessly. Therefore, it is time to cultivate your environment intentionally. What enters your ears when your day begins? Who has permission to speak into your visions and plans? What tone and content of conversation do you permit in your space? Understand, dear one, abundance is contagious, but lack is contagious as well. You must choose which contagion will saturate your inner field. Declare this now with full spiritual authority. I cut off every draining influence. I align with those who prosper. I walk in gardens of growth. Now, join me in a brief visualization. You stand within a lush, emerald garden. Each tree around you is heavy with fruit. The air is fragrant and sweet. The people nearby are laughing, pronouncing blessings, encouraging one another. When you share your next vision, they answer, yes, and even more is on the way. This is the circle divinely designed for you. You need not earn admission. You inherently belong here. The very moment you decide to shift your atmosphere, the universe hastens to populate it with aligned people for your next level. You require not only mentors but mirrors, individuals who reflect and affirm the abundance already residing within you. Here is your sacred action step for today. Acknowledge someone who elevates your faith. Tell them explicitly that they are a planted part of your abundant garden. Speak words of gratitude and growth over their life. For where two or three come into agreement, prosperity compounds and multiplies. You are not solitary in this path. You were never designed to grow in isolation. Even now, you are encircled by the energy of abundance. Your faith is larger than your individual needs. Your proclamation of abundance does not merely open doors for you. It swings open gates for your entire household, your wider community, and even your lineage. Faith behaves like fire. It spreads quickly. When one voice rises and speaks truth, the resulting ripple blesses everyone within its radius. You are not only born to receive blessing, you were born to distribute it, to be a blesser of many. Speak this aloud right now, without hesitation. My prosperity blesses generations. My faith multiplies favor in my family. My cup overflows. Niowai. Never downplay how potent your voice truly is. Its influence is greater than you might imagine. A single courageous statement spoken in your living room can recalibrate the emotional climate of your whole household. Just one instance of verbalizing truth, whether you're folding clothes, preparing a meal, or strolling down the hallway, can rewrite the energetic pattern of your entire bloodline. Consider Elena's story as a living example. She alone in her family embraced the idea of spiritual abundance. All the others voiced scarcity, saying things like, "We've always struggled, money doesn't grow on trees," and "be realistic," reinforcing a narrative of lack. Yet, Elena sensed a deeper truth. She carried an inner certainty, a spark of faith whispering that this is not the final story. Each morning, she started proclaiming these words audibly and with intention. We are wealthy. We are favored. This house is filled with divine provision. Man, ni. Her children overheard these words while getting ready each day. Her husband, initially doubtful, gradually tuned into the resonance. Even her mother, toughened by years of hardship, started to murmur, maybe it really is possible, as hope gently took root. What began as a quiet murmur eventually swelled into a continuous melody that filled the entire home. 2 years on, the family upgraded to a better residence. Her husband's business flourished dramatically, and her daughter began reciting affirmations to herself in the mirror. And Elena, who once stood solitary in her belief, transformed into the torchbearer igniting a multi-generational legacy of abundance. Declare the following now, with conviction. I am the breaker of generational lack. Through me, divine wealth flows to all. You are more than a recipient. You are a channel through which blessings move. Each time you utter a prosperity statement, you transmit that signal into the spiritual wavelength of your family line. You recalibrate the environment around you. You nullify old patterns and break limiting pronouncements. You stir the sacred remembrance of who you and yours truly are. You stand as tangible evidence that abundance is not merely feasible, it becomes inevitable for anyone bold enough to believe. Now, gently close your eyes and envision this scene in vivid detail. See your home suffused with warm golden light. Picture your loved ones moving in deep peace. Hear children laughing. Visualize every bill settled. Let laughter displace anxiety. Watch opportunities pour in, not only toward you, but to all who are linked to your life. Notice the widening circle. Coworkers shift their language, friends make courageous moves, and even the neighborhood carries a brighter, more buoyant feel. What causes such a transformation? Because a single person chose to believe, to declare, and to remain grounded in divine truth. That courageous person is you, right now. And you are doing more than reshaping your own path. You are redirecting destinies across generations. Repeat the following once more to seal it. My faith is contagious. My prosperity is generational. My household is blessed. Dear one, don't conceal your affirmations. Let them be heard and seen. Speak these words over your family while they rest. Place them where loved ones will encounter them. Embody them openly, not to pressure or persuade, but to emanate light. Allow your prosperity to preach the message without a single lecture. Let your settled peace be the undeniable evidence. And permit your words to become ripples that ultimately reach and uplift thousands. If you sense overflow building inside, if you know your faith is intended to uplift your entire community, then go ahead and share this right now. Share this video as a conduit for releasing abundance throughout your circle of influence. Choose to be the initiating spark that lights the way. Be the appointed one who steps forward without delay. And the universe will answer your courage by returning multiplied blessings to you and yours. You no longer have to question whether prosperity will arrive. Your task is simply to align with it consistently, day after day. Abundance isn't accidental or sporadic. It is a steady rhythm, a sacred current that moves toward those who inhabit its frequency. The essential key to dwelling in that frequency is steady, intentional practice. Practice that is daily, reverent, and deliberately focused, again and again. Allow me to guide you through what I call the prosperity ritual, an intentional, spiritual framework that synchronizes your thinking, your speech, and your energetic state with divine wealth, both at dawn and at day's end. Before we begin, let's anchor the practice with a strong declaration. I practice prosperity daily. I walk in divine rhythm. I meet abundance every morning and every night. Now we commence your sacred cadence, the steady beat that shapes your days. Before outside voices crowd in, let your voice go first. Prior to checking your phone, reading headlines, or diving into your agenda, let your initial exchange be with the divine presence. Upon waking, set your hand upon your heart and speak these words aloud. Today is rich with favor. I receive divine provision. Unexpected income finds me today. Next, rise to your full height, stretch open your body, and as you meet your own eyes in the mirror, declare, out loud, with intention, the following. I am worthy of wealth. I am magnetic to miracles. I am surrounded by supply. I am confident, calm, and called to prosperity. Envision the hours to come. Imagine resources arriving effortlessly. Anticipate joyful notes and messages. See meaningful, divinely timed connections. Picture yourself smiling, unburdened, relaxed, already knowing the day is conspiring for your good. Now take 3 slow, intentional breaths. On every inhale, draw in abundance. On every exhale, release the residue of old fear. And just before you cross the threshold into the day's activities, seal it with your declaration. The divine plan for my life includes riches, and I walk in that plan now. This is the tuning fork, the simple act that calibrates your energetic frequency. You don't wait for circumstances to define your identity. You proclaim who you are before the world attempts to do it for you. As the day unfolds, remain inside that conscious field of alignment. The goal isn't flawless execution. The aim is consistent, grounded presence. While completing everyday tasks, softly reinforce your state with brief affirmations. Money loves me. Everything I need is arriving. The universe is orchestrating my good. Each time fear attempts a comeback, answer it immediately with truth-filled words. Whenever scarcity knocks at your door, reply with firm authority and a settled spirit. And when even the tiniest blessing appears, a kind compliment, a timely discount, an encouraging word, pause to acknowledge it and say, "This is proof of my prosperity." You are conditioning your inner life to recognize abundance, and by the very act of noticing, that abundance increases. How you finish the evening matters every bit as much as how you start the morning. As dusk settles, carve out a gentle 5-minute sanctuary to recalibrate yourself back into alignment. If it helps, light a candle. If not, sit in quiet stillness. Either way, let the space feel intentional. Place your hand upon your chest once more and affirm, I rest in abundance. I release the day. All is well. Next, open your prosperity journal, whether a special notebook or a digital page, and record the following. Note 3 things you received today. These might include funds, kindness, fresh ideas, support, or an unexpected opportunity. List 3 items for which you feel sincere gratitude, because gratitude secures and amplifies the frequency you've cultivated. Add one courageous declaration for the day ahead. Speak it aloud. Claim it fully. Allow it to shape the atmosphere of your sleep. For instance, your declarations might sound like this. Tomorrow, I receive unexpected money. Tomorrow, I attract divine partnerships. Tomorrow, my cup overflows. Let these be the last words on your lips before you drift off. Abundance surrounds me, even in my dreams. You are no longer drifting aimlessly. You are now anchored in purposeful practice. You have become a devoted practitioner, someone who actively embodies divine wealth. Reserve a weekly window. Sunday evening works well, to reflect and review. Ask yourself these clarifying questions. In what ways did I align with abundance this week? Where did fear creep back in, and how did it show up? What specific evidence of prosperity appeared in my life? What fresh level am I prepared to welcome and sustain? Then, articulate, out loud, the most courageous expression of who you truly are. I am a divine heir. I walk in favor. I live in overflow. I expect increase. Beshte. Allow your life to be sculpted not by randomness but by the daily sacred rhythm you are choosing. Think of your declarations as building bricks, your journal as the architectural plan, and your awareness as the master key that activates it all. You aren't merely hoping for abundance anymore. You're dwelling within it as a lived reality. Affirm it once more. I practice prosperity daily. Make this your sacred vow, your steady rhythm, your consistent way of walking through the world. You are not an anomaly to this spiritual principle. You are the principle expressed in living form. And now, dear one, we arrive at the culminating moment, the apex of this journey. You have uttered the declarations, sown the seeds, and harmonized your voice, your sight, and your energetic field with the divine flow of wealth. Yet today, your role extends beyond mere practice of prosperity. Today, you become prosperity itself, its embodiment and expression. Speak the following now, carrying the regal assurance of the heavens. I receive my inheritance of abundance. I am crowned with prosperity. I walk as divine royalty. This is not figurative language. It names your genuine identity. You were never inherently defined by struggle. You were not destined to inch your way through existence, scraping for leftovers, pleading for interventions, or wrestling for recognition. You are a child of the Most High, one who belongs to an unseen kingdom, and an heir entitled to the universe's treasures. And heirs do not toil to earn what is already theirs. They receive their portion with dignity, with unshakable confidence, and with gratitude. At this very moment, envision the scene of a royal coronation with as much detail as possible. Picture yourself positioned at the center of a radiant golden hall. Luminous beings encircle you. A reverent hush rests over the heavens. From above, a crown descends, formed of pure light, inscribed with sacred emblems, shimmering with splendor. This coronation crown is not composed of physical gold. It is fashioned from truth itself, undeniable and eternal. Within it resides every promise that has ever been pronounced over your destiny. As it settles upon your head, sense the weight, distinct not as burden, but as benediction. You cease to be the one who strains and strives. You become the one who simply is, rooted, established, and assured. Declare the following without hesitation. I am crowned with wealth. I wear the robe of favor. I speak with the authority of heaven. Allow this identity to penetrate even more deeply into your consciousness. Permit it to dissolve every counterfeit self-concept, each label of not enough, every inherited narrative of scarcity, and all early life scripts of hardship. Those narratives do not belong to you. In truth, they never did. You are the one who ends the prolonged famine, dismantles the cycle, and strides boldly through doors that once remained shut to your lineage. You are the long-anticipated answer your ancestors hoped would arrive. You stand as the response to prayers whispered in secret. Moreover, your prosperity is not self-centered. It is consecrated to a higher purpose. It nourishes people, kindles inspiration, and unlocks freedom in those around you. You move through the world not as a hoarder of riches, but as a living channel through which wealth flows. The abundance of heaven travels in your language, resides in your presence, and informs every decision you make. We conclude this journey not as a finish line, but as a transformation, a deliberate becoming of who you truly are. This is the appointed moment for your ascent. No more contracting or playing small. No further diminishing yourself to fit past limits. No more pausing for external approval. You already carry authority. You are sacred royalty, and the coronation has already occurred. From this day on, you move through life anchored in the identity of one who walks in prosperity. Everywhere your feet carry you, a trace of increase follows in your wake. Every space you enter subtly reorients toward growth and favor. Each word that leaves your mouth bears substance, consequence, and creative power. Speak the following, not as wishful thinking, but as a definitive decree. You receive my inheritance of abundance. I walk in overflow. I am divinely provided for forever. And if this truth is swelling within your spirit, if your inner being is standing upright and confident, then make it known publicly. Comment, I receive my inheritance of abundance. And share this message if you're ready to see others step into prosperity alongside you. Because this crown was never meant for you alone. It belongs to every soul prepared to remember their true nature and rightful inheritance. As you proceed from this moment, may each step be saturated with favor and support. May your daily life be steeped in divine supply and steady provision. May the legacy you establish be one of unending abundance. You are no longer merely hoping for this reality. You are actively inhabiting it, living it out in real time. Your spoken word functions as your instrument of creation and alignment. And prosperity now stands as your recognized identity, the posture you wear.